good morning, and welcome to the Live at the Waterhole show. You with Steph Winterboer for the next couple of hours, and it's a fantastic Sunday this morning. All of South Africa in celebration after winning the Rugby World Cup. So for our little community, congratulations to them, and well done on a stunning, nerve-wracking, ulcer-inducing final. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get down to the real stuff we're doing all day. This is a live show, so what you're looking at there now is happening in Etosha. This is an oryx that's just finished going for a bit of and is now leaving the pan at Okakweyo. And again, just seems like a day out there. Clear, not a dust particle, it looks like in the sky. Blue, no wind. And just look at that. Gosh. Fantastic. It is also an interactive show, so please do send through your comments and your questions. Send through any observations that you've had that are relevant to what we're looking at, please. It'll be great to hear from you. And, we always learn from each other. And so no such thing as a dull question or anything like that. Just send it through. We have a chat. You'd be surprised at what we can learn. I, for one, learn something almost every day from watching this show. So, it's all good. And if you don't know how, you just have to register on the WildEarth website and follow the prompts, and it will take you through the steps to be able to chat with us. We've got a great community of people out there, and it really is an inclusive, worldwide group of people that are really quite amazing. So if you're new to the show, welcome. And if this is just what you're doing on a Sunday morning as part of the community, well, welcome back and hello to all of you. Gosh, it is like a mirror out there today. Been a bit breezy the last couple of days, but it looks like it's a glorious day here. Anyway, we have got cameras all over the place. This isn't the only camera that we have, and there's also weather conditions that are different at each of the places as well. We've got a quick summary for you on all these locations. As you can see there, the cold front that hit us on Friday here in the Western Cape has firmly lodged itself over the eastern side of the country with that ridged high, and it's creating a lot of cold weather and rain all over the place, which is great. I see that the maximum temperature at Tembe Elephant Park today is 9 degrees. I think that's one of the coldest days of the year. I mean, it's a place that is usually blisteringly hot. And then I see that the hottest place is here at Okakweyo, where we're going up to 40 today, just over 100. So it's going to be great. And then I didn't quite see what we were getting at Madikwe, to be honest with you, but I'm sure that Madikwe will be pretty clear. It has been for the last couple of days. I didn't see from the weekend's weather reports that we were going to get any meaningful rain over Madikwe, but definitely some rain over the parts of the country, which is good. It does, unfortunately, bode the end of the dry season in some of the places. Looks like we've got some wildebeest coming up. And with it, the animals are dispersed out into the vastness of the wilderness. Of course, there's not a lot of surface water left at the moment, which means that some places are just simply inaccessible. But as soon as those ephemeral pans fill up with rainwater, then the animals will disperse out into the areas that haven't seen much activity in the last couple of months. And of course, they'll be doing that because there's just more food reserves there. And then summer's fantastic diversity comes about. And so where we're seeing large herds of zebra and wildebeest in some cases, springbuck and elephant, these will make way for diversity. And what we'll start seeing is we'll start seeing many different species of animals, but not the volumes that we used to. And that's just the seasonal fluctuations, the ebb and flow of the seasons. And of course, I can't wait for the summertime, massive clouds, just the hum and the buzz of just life everywhere and all the time. And guinea fowl running around in the background there. That's a helmeted guinea fowl. A bird about the size of a chicken. Brilliant blue head and speckled body. All right, but we've got lots of cameras to go through today, and so why don't we go and have a look at what's happening at Jamala? Aha. And rather than the 50 million elephant that we seem to have around Jamala all the time, yeah, we've got some Chakma baboon. There's a troop that likes to hang around here, and we see them from time to time. I think actually we saw one run across the pan yesterday, just before all the elephants arrived. Oh, there are some elephants here. There's a lot of elephants. There's a lot of elephants at Jamala. It is. We were chatting about it yesterday, in fact, and I think it's because there's so little food out there that the elephants are just choosing to stay hydrated and have a bit of a social with one another, rather than ranging massive distances for not much reward. And so I think they're disappearing into the bush at night time and then coming back out again here in the sun, just staying hydrated. That's a tiny little baboon, eh? Look at the little one hanging on his mom in the foreground. Cute, man. What that baboon's doing there is just picking at seeds that are caught up in the elephant's dung. A shame. Baboons really battle this time of the year. They really do. There's not much to go out there. And with the rains not having fallen in Madikwe yet, it's tougher than in some other areas. They're just sifting through the elephant dung, the remains of the elephant dung, just for any seeds that are left over. Lenny, morning to you too. Hopefully you're doing well wherever you are. And I've had a good morning or good day so far. It's 10:38 in the morning in South Africa here, where we're looking at these baboons now in Madikwe at Jamala. So it's funny what this baboon's doing. You know, sometimes they hunt for antlion larvae. So it's quite sandy there where these baboons are, and you find that there's an insect called an antlion. And the larvae of this insect makes a pitfall trap in the sand to catch ants, and they're relatively easy to find when you know the trick. And I mean, I suppose you could get about 10, 20 grams of antlions relatively easily in a sitting. I don't know what these baboons are picking at. That's a bull baboon. Ethan, you'd like to know if these baboons would dig for water like elephants do? Yeah, I've seen them digging out water. You also find them digging in the mud for freshwater mussels. So they definitely are very, what do you call it? Not inventive, resourceful when it comes down to finding food for themselves. Oh, there you go. You got this elephant coming in now to disturb these ones. That's a tuskless cow, obviously just coming in there to give these baboons. Elephants are funny like that. They don't like to share their waterhole with anybody. I do find that usually you don't see the adult elephant like this doing, chasing anything away. You just see these, like that one that came in there from the side. There, that one. But he's going to come around and chase this baboon. The one sitting on the left-hand side. You just see the way that his head's forward. There you go. They're full of nonsense. Now you can see they're already under the tree. It's hot here today already. Let's go and see what the temperature is. It was already over 30 degrees at Okakwea, sort of mid-morning. I've got a feeling it's probably around about the same here. So give me 1 second. I'll tell you what the temperature is now. Just touching on 30 degrees. So not that hot, actually, all things considered. You'd expect it to get a little bit more spiky than that now. But it's going to get over 35 today here. So temperature's only going to increase. And a good strategy is to stay hydrated and cool. This is baby elephant here. Elephants just coming out of the bush everywhere. Now, it may look, like these baboons are irritating these elephants, but in fact, all right, we had a bit of a picture freeze at Jamala, which is not too much of an issue. We do bring you we bring you high quality video live video, actually, from some of the remote places in Africa, and from time to time, gremlins crop in. It's all part of the show, and so we just luckily have other camera feeds to go to, and so I've jumped from Adekwe over to Etosha and back to this mirror of a pond. I'm just honestly quite amazed at the amount of springbuck that hang around this particular pad. I mean, it's not like they're all drinking all the time, but yet you see them in the water, and I don't know if it's just one herd of springbuck after another just coming in, and we're just seeing a sort of constant, or if it's the same herd. I want to believe that it's just multiple herds of springbuck just rotating through.
What if you could explore the world from an entirely new perspective? Flying a real drone live without leaving home. This is Nature Eye. Discover our planet's landscapes with a personal guide and a powerful camera. Every flight helps conserve the locations you visit. Book your adventure with Nature Eye.
This is a view that we don't really have often on this camera, is this game path that you see coming off where the springbuck are walking and where that oryx is busy moving to. We find a lot of animals coming down this particular game path. In particular, elephant use this access. That bird that flew onto the stump there, for those of you who are birders, is an African hoopoe, H-O-O-E. No? Yeah. P-O-O, not P-O-O-E. Yeah. And gets its name from the call that it makes. Nice to see one, actually. They're usually ground living birds. You don't see them on the tree trunks that often. Now it's moved on. From what I can see, it just flew up onto the branch. It looks like it picked off an insect that was landing there, and then it flew back again, out of shot. Ule, good morning, all the way from Germany, and Ule actually sent me a picture of her in a South African rugby attire yesterday afternoon, just to show how ready she was. Hopefully you got to see the whole game and had the nail biter that we all had here. It was really a fantastic game. I mean, it was really undecided until the last second. And it was close. And I'm not really even a rugby fan, to be honest with you, but I quite enjoy these World Cups, and they have a way of bringing South Africa together. And, you know, as Nelson Mandela was quoted saying, sport brings people together. And there was a lot more to that statement, but that was the key of it. And it's 100% true. I was in a tiny little Western Cape village last night, and the entire village was out on the streets celebrating the victory. The joy that was just inside the place, the venue we watched the game at, was just incredible. It's just such a feeling of goodwill. And I suppose it depends where you are in the country, what country you're in, but your national sport that you compete with at a global level and are actually winning at has this way of bonding people. And anyway, exactly the same last night. Really just such a fantastic feeling around it. Driver, completely agree with you there, although I suppose that it's limited to countries outside of New Zealand. It's going to be a happy day today. So yeah, 100%. Lots of goodwill floating around. And of course, for everyone else that played in the competition, they played incredibly well. New Zealand put on a fantastic show. Like, really, their discipline was unbelievable. Really great competition. And for all the other teams that didn't make it, everyone played their hearts out. And of course, it's 5 years to the next cup. And anything can happen in that time. It's new generations of people coming through. And who knows what last night's actions inspired people to do and what they will do. One thing of note was the fireworks display after the game, just before they handed out the medals. I've never seen a fireworks display like that in my life before. It was off the scale. So back to this glorious tree that we're looking at now. This is a leadwood. There's no doubt about it. And in fact, I've been looking at it wondering what species of thorn tree it was since I started the show months ago. But it's 100% a leadwood tree. and a big live one at that. And the reason for that is it's growing next to this spring. Okakoyo Camp, which if you didn't pick up yesterday or in another show, means the woman who bore a child. I know, random, but that's what it means. Okakoyo, the place, has been known amongst different tribes in the area for probably centuries. It's the place of a spring, a freshwater spring that comes up out of the ground. Humans have obviously been living around it for some time and have now built a rest camp there. But this tree has been around for a lot longer than what the humans have been around. These trees grow anywhere up to 1,000 years and will stand for decades after they die. We were figuring this out yesterday. There was a study that I found online by two scientists that was radio dating these trees and a selection of trees all over the place. And so trees that grow next to water grow relatively quickly, 2 millimeters of radial diameter a year, but they also end up dying a lot faster than what trees who grow in much drier areas do. And those trees only grow at about 0.33 millimeters, so a third of a millimeter a year, which is nothing. But they tend to live longer as well as a result. Not sure why. One thing that did come out is the fact that often the core of these trees, when the trees are living like this one is, rots while the tree is alive. And it's a common thing. Trees get wounds. You see on the bottom of this lead, there's a broken branch. That would allow for fungus to infect the tree. And most of the vascular system of the tree lies in an area called the cambium, which is just below the bark of the tree. It doesn't extend down to the center of the tree. But this fungus will rot out portions of the stem and, of course, form cavities. And leadwoods make fantastic homes for birds that nest in cavities, but bees as well. And it's not uncommon to see crevices that have been excavated by humans in ancient trees in an effort to collect honey from bees that set up nests in these cavities. So, again, just wondering at how wonderfully balanced Mother Nature is, that a tree has a branch that falls off like that and fungus starts to rot the core, but in fact what it's doing is it's creating a refuge, an impenetrable refuge for certain animals like bees to set up their nests and hives inside there. And it's really only humans that have come along with their steel tools that have been able to now excavate and utilize those resources. I just find it amazing. We think we know what's going on, but we don't.
Eco-Training's professional field guide course can make your dreams a reality. This comprehensive program comprises 5 months of theoretical and practical training in the African bush with highly qualified instructors in multiple locations. Enroll today and receive 5,000 Rand off using the promo code. If you've just finished school or tertiary education and you want to head into the wild, Eco-Training's professional field guide course is for you.
I'm gonna wonder. Field Guide Taz, hello from the Pilansberg. Well, hello right back, right back at you. For anyone who doesn't know where Pilansberg is, we've actually got Africam. We've got a camera at Kwamaritani. Kwamaritani is a camp within the Pilansberg. Pilansberg is a national park in South Africa, a fairly large one, and is situated quite close to Johannesburg. So if you're looking for it on a map, it lies northeast of Johannesburg and is actually centered in an extinct volcano. And so, Field Guide Taz, hopefully you've been on Game Drive this morning or lying in and enjoying the show. And I hear it's been raining there the last couple of days, so hopefully it's not too wet for Game Drive, too cold. And the bush is greening up quite nicely. Adjacent to the Pilansberg is a place called the Waterberg. And so, Jason, we were just saying adjacent to the Pilansberg National Park is an area called the Waterberg. It's a biosphere, actually. So it's a massive conservation area, although there's mixed use land use on it. So a lot of private game reserves and properties, lifestyle farms. There's a giraffe in the background. Bitterness as well. And the plant diversity and bird diversity in that area is just off the scale. So great place to go and visit. Not usual place for tourists to stop. Nevertheless, one of my favorite places in South Africa to explore, really. The giraffe is now hiding away there in the distance. We will see it come out there now from the left-hand side of the screen. Hopefully it comes down and has a drink and it doesn't just sail past in the distance. There's also a good chance that it actually moves into this thicket and starts feeding a little bit, but we'll see now. Yeah, those dolomite hills in the background. Dolomite is a type of rock. It's a sedimentary rock created from the bodies of living things, like old coral reefs and things. So that rock deposit was once deposited under the ocean. Hard to believe now, hey? We've got virtually no green there whatsoever. There's a young kudu. Mr. UAE, good morning and good afternoon. I'm assuming that you're calling from the UAE, and of course that's forward in the day to where we are here in Namibia. There's the giraffe by 6 hours or so, I think 5 or 6 hours. So I hope you've had a good day. There's some kudu. So I think these are the same two bulls. No, they look to be the same two bulls we saw just the other day. These are 2 3-year-old bulls. So still teenagers. They've got another 2 years before they really start to fill out quite nicely, and probably another 3 to 4 years before they'd be competitive for breeding rights with the females. And as you can see, the one has got quite slender horns, and the other one has got quite widely splayed horns. And there's a difference there. Kudus, like elephants, have a lot of dimorphism in their, don't have a lot of differences, not dimorphism, in their shape of their horns. And although they all have, the same general twist to them, whether they're narrow or deeply curled or wide and shallowly curled or wide and deeply curled or whatever mix you want to get, each kudu sort of has an individual horn shape. Not often that we have giraffe come down and visit Okakweo. You can, at least, anyway. Not during the show times, at least. It's a bit chuffed to see them today. Let's see if they're going to come down and drink. Slowly making their way down. There you can see, yes, it's also, we often battle to get sort of, with such a wide plane, you battle to get a point of view which gives you a perspective on how big giraffe actually are. That's a female giraffe. I'm 6 foot tall, and so I'll probably just brush the top of my head walking underneath her belly to give you an idea of how big she is, or how tall she is. And she'll be probably about 4 meters tall at the top of her head when she stands up straight. And what she's doing there now is just scanning the edge of the pan. There's so much movement. She just needs to make sure that the movement she's seeing is not a predator. So very wary. She knows exactly what a springbuck looks like, obviously. They live in the same environment with one another. But there's so much going on, it is always just a good idea just to make doubly sure. She's going to come in now and have a drink. Maybe that could be underfoot here. I think doing a trails run across this landscape would prove difficult on the ankles. Hi, good morning to you as well. And congratulations to the whole of South Africa, but mainly just the boys who put their effort down and the team's effort. I suppose it's also the will that was the Northern Hemisphere from South Africa and did their part. Gosh, it's a pretty big journey of giraffe. To see, actually. Maybe one more hiding in the thicket there. We must keep an eye on. If all of them come down to drink here, it's going to be a great view. Particularly because the pan is so quiet from a wind point of view. We might get a great reflection as well. Nice. There's that indecision. Giraffe have a moment. They'll walk up to a thing that interests them, and then they turn around and they walk away, and you can see that in the background. And it doesn't look like they're going to come. Something is not to their liking. What it is, Polly. Could just generally all much for them. heard of spring sports, my first theory, just seeing an end of different rather than one herd around the pan. I've now created some distance. So in terms of comfort zones, when a giraffe stops doing what it's doing on stops doing what it's, and that, how they're feeling or whatever day, that alert zone can be quite broad, thin, and so what giraffe just moving. Guys, for the audio breakup, we're just busy trying to solve it.
Welcome to Destination Safari's WildEarth travel show that showcases safari lodges. On today's episode, we are exploring Amakala's Bush Lodge. This is a luxury 5-star bush tented camp. Luxury suites look onto an open wildlife watering hole. Very sort of bleak landscape that we've got here. Trees not green and smashed by elephant, and no grass, just white rocks. But Etosha's a pretty hardcore place from an animal's point of view. And there's just one of those things. The good thing is there wouldn't be as many animals as there are if it was impossible to live here. So take some consolement in that. Sinak, you're saying that you've never seen so many giraffe and springbuck here at Okakoyo. Yeah, I must agree with you. It's tough to see so many giraffe here. And I'm trying to recall having seen. I want to say I've seen giraffe before. We've seen giraffe before, but I don't think we've seen 6 giraffe before. These springbuck herds are just incredible. It's just a never-ending stream of springbuck that seems around this pan. And then yesterday we saw 44 zebra together as well. 47 zebra, sorry. A couple of days before it was 44, and then we moved up to 47. Decent sized herds around as well. Not a breath of air here today. Very different to where I'm sitting at the moment. The wind is howling, rattling everything. Movement everywhere. Just similar looking at Yamala where we've got those elephant herds. There's just endless streams of elephant doing different things as well. Lots of those dark birds. Let's see if they're Cape Crow. Yeah, I think it's a Cape Crow. Lots of them. They're the pitch black large ravens that we find. Let's see if they extend that far. Give me 1 second while I reference my book. Lots of them there. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah. 1 second while I just 262 in my bird book. Love this bird book. Yeah, Cape Crow definitely is very common in this area. Fairly common permanent territorial pairs, which is what stumped me so much by seeing so many of them together. Sometimes, but occasionally in large groups of up to 50 birds during non-breeding season. Okay, so non-breeding season and they do group together. Great. Grassland, usually with scattered trees, open savanna, semi-arid shrublands. I mean, it's just exactly true. Omnivorous, wide range of food, including insects, spiders, lizards, termites, frogs, tortoises, domestic chickens, and even carrion from roadkills. Gosh. Fruit, seeds, bulbs. It's a massive diet. One of the main hosts of the great spotted, up to 10% of the nests are parasitized by the cuckoo. So if you didn't know, cuckoos are brood parasites. They don't bring up their own babies. What they do is they cause a pair of cuckoos, in this case great spotted cuckoos, will cause a bit of an issue and a disturbance, and the female will dart into the nest of the crow and then kick out the eggs and lay her own eggs there. Not displacing all of them. In some cases, yes, but not displacing all of them.
and then the crows will bring up the cuckoo's baby as if it was its own. Now, I suppose there's merit to the madness, but it seems a little bit cheeky, right? You don't. Not only do you not build your own nest, which is cheeky to start with. It's a dab chick in the water in front of us, or a little grebe. Well, one of the questions would be, how does the parents not recognize that this bird that looks obviously different, and in most cases extraordinarily outsized compared to their own chicks, how do they realize that it isn't their baby? I suppose the question is, we don't really know. Well, I don't really know. There we've got the pied crow as well. So that's the bird with the white chest and back. That's the pied crow. So we're looking at the two different types of crows there. These are the more common of the crows out here. I suppose we don't really know. I mean, I can see if I can find something. I know there's a great thing on brood spots, particularly with hole nesting birds that cuckoos parasitize, where the parent birds feed a bioluminescent spot inside the mouth of their chick. And it doesn't matter what shape of the animal is attached to that bioluminescent spot. If it's the same pattern as the birds are used to feeding, they'd feed it. And that makes sense if you think about it. In a dark hole in a tree, they don't know where the baby's mouths are, and so they're just feeding these luminescent spots in the throats of these birds. And the cuckoos have evolved, can you believe it, the same brood spot as the birds that they parasitize. I mean, how do they know that? The babies are laid, the eggs are laid, and then the parents leave. There's no, I mean, like, how does evolution even work like that? If you think about it, it's for me one of the great mysteries. But let me see if I can find out. It never ceases to amaze me how much information is out there. While we wait for these giraffe to come down to drink, it seems like they've gotten over themselves now and are cautiously approaching the water's edge.
Step into a world of discovery as you join Eco Training's renowned courses in the heart of Kenya's Masai Mara. These courses are the perfect way to gain a deep understanding of the African bush, even if you have limited time. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to experience the wild in a meaningful and life-changing way. Enroll today and embark on a transformative journey with Eco Training in Kenya's Masai Mara, the leading force in conservation education.
There's a kudu female that's just come in on the left to the water. Definitely a lot more bold than, or a lot bolder than the giraffe. I think if I were to guess, what's happening is that these giraffe have come from quite far away and are finding the presence of the camp quite disturbing. There's a Kikuyu is surrounded, probably 40% of its circumference is surrounded. No, got to the same spot and then just turned around. Eh? Getting some distance. Kikuyu is about 40% of its circumference is surrounded by the camp, and it's pretty close to the water's edge. And I just think that these giraffe are noticing all the activity. It's a fairly large rest camp, and are being disturbed by it. They'll get over it. When they are looking off to the right, we could possibly swing the camera over to the right and see if there's anything that's giving them concern. It'll be tough to see, but it's worth a chance. I mean, if there was something dangerous here, these kudu and the springbuck definitely would have reacted as well. We're just busy looking at what could possibly be disturbing these giraffe. They're getting to a specific point there where that one giraffe is, and then turning around and moving off. So something there is disturbing them. I don't think we have a lion or anything lying up here. I think it's actually the camp that's disturbing them, personally. And the reason I'm making that assumption is because all the other animals around the pan are not caring at all about what's around here. Driver, you asking a question I've been trying to answer over the last couple of weeks. Do we think that more predators will be at the waterholes now? Yes, absolutely, is what I think. But that assertion has yet to be seen in real time. Generally speaking, in these dry times of the year, you find predators, particularly leopard and lion, camping up very close to the edge of these pans. And they do that because this is where all the food is. And they don't need to expend a lot of energy hunting the food that's just coming to them, basically, in an endless procession. And so they just naturally gravitate toward these fresh water sources. And you see it season on, season in, and I've seen it for decades. I've seen it replay itself. But for some reason, in spite of the fact that we have cameras at a number of these pans all over Africa, this particular year, we're not seeing this phenomenon in real life. So yeah, I do 100% agree with you. But we haven't seen it. And the rains are coming. It means that this window is starting to close. One of those zebra in the center has a nasty scar from a lion, talking about lion, or a hyena on a rump. I think it's that one that's third or fourth from the left. He's got a nasty scar. It's healed. But we were chatting yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, my memory's so shot, about these predators taking chunks out of zebra, and you often see zebra with scars. It's that one that's now third, the one that's standing there side on to us. No, is it the one that's walking away? Yeah, it's the one walking away. See the big chunk of meat out of her butt. So that's what happens when a lion or hyena grabs a zebra. They grab the tail and the back legs in an effort to anchor the zebra. But of course, zebras kick like crazy. And you find that what happened there is you probably find that she was actually down on the ground being fed on. Can you believe that? And then she managed to get up somehow. So either another zebra came and helped, or the lions were disturbed, or she managed to kick a zebra. Or, I mean, the lion. Somehow she escaped. I mean, it's anyone's guess, leaving a piece of herself behind. But it's healed up quite nicely. She also looks pregnant, as Nadine was pointing out. She's very thick in her waist there, and so congratulations, Mom. You've done it. For those of you who watch multiple WildEarth shows in a day, apparently this morning on the sunrise safari at Pridelands, there was also a zebra that had a much pressure wound. You could actually see the claw marks showing through the skin. You can see that it hasn't done much to her. I mean, in spite of the fact that she's lost a pound of flesh, she seems okay, which is a good thing. Well done. Gosh. All right, so if we go left a little bit and go and have a look at those crows again, for those of you who are just joining the show, there's some Cape crows and the odd pied crow that we're having a look at on the edge of the water here. And a question came in from Driver to say, I think it was Driver, to ask how do the parents how do the crows not know that they're bringing up a cuckoo's baby? Because one of the facts that we figured out was that up to 10% of the crows' nests are invaded by brood parasites, the great spotted cuckoo. And so I found some information here, which I'm going to read from you. It is a website, livescience.com, and they reference a couple of different papers that they've gotten the information from, but it's all pretty interesting, and I'm going to read it here. So the title of this article is called "How Do Cuckoos Trick Other Birds?" and it's written by Elisa Harvey and was published in 2021. So, I mean, first of all, what happens is the female cuckoo watches the chosen nest from a vantage. When the host parent leaves the nest in search of food, the cuckoo quickly lays her eggs, and amongst those, sometimes she can remove one of the eggs so that there are two eggs in the nest, according to Encyclopedia of Biology in 21. Then there are 100 species of cuckoo listed in the world, and all of them don't bring up their eggs. So, the cuckoo imposter is usually the only hatchling that a host parent has to care for. This is because the young cuckoo gets rid of all the other nest. It will usually hatch before the other eggs. It will carry the eggs on its back one by one and throw them over the edge of the nest, according to BBC Wildlife. The cuckoo's new non-biological parents continue to treat it. High success rate, some host birds are less easily fooled. I have to apologize, we're getting some audio breakup again. I'm just going to give it a little bit of time and then... Right, so I'll carry on with my recital. Cuckoos sometimes lay the eggs outside the host's nests, according to a 2019 journal published by the Royal Society. If an egg looks similar to the host's egg, the host can retrieve the seemingly misplaced egg and place it in the nest itself. So that's one of the things. The host bird pierces the imposter egg and throws it out of the nest, according to the University of Illinois. That's when they get it wrong, and the host is aware that there's a foreign egg. Sometimes a cuckoo chick will be rejected by its host because the cost of raising the cuckoo is much lower than its unsuspecting new before, according to the Journal of Zoology. Feeding the cuckoo will use up much more of the host early, and if the tick demands are much higher than the host, cuckoo can be abandoned. So that's survival from the parents. And then there's also mimicry, trickery to infiltrate and assess their victims' defenses. Cuckoos have evolved effective disguising features. Made adaptations is the egg colorations. Cuckoos have evolved to produce eggs that are similar in color to their main hosts, TBC. Gosh. All right, so that's pretty much current that we have. I'm sure from a scientific point of view, it's not a foolproof method, not by any means it would seem, but it does have a higher rate of success, and so is very good for the cuckoo. Giraffe are definitely not coming past that sort of invisible barrier. They're skirting around the outskirts of it. It's interesting to note what exactly is going on. Now we have some oryx that have now decided to come in for a swim. Giovanni, you sent in a comment to say that you love how the giraffe are lining up, 100%. What they're doing is they're lining up on the edge of that comfort zone. Look at these oryx just swimming out here. It's crazy. So the giraffe are lining up on the edge of that comfort zone we were talking about. They're comfortable right there where they are, but they're super alert. One step more, or either whatever's disturbing them toward them, closing that distance, or the giraffe becoming a little bit bold, but then not being as confident, makes them retreat to a safer distance. Interestingly, as a trails guide, field guide like I am, you practice walking up to animals' comfort zone. So you practice looking for those telltale clues of when you are on the edge of that zone, where you're going to be pushing an animal to walk away from you, create distance, or letting it just carry on with its day, which is ideal. You want to be able to observe these animals from as close as possible, point A, but point B, without disturbing them whatsoever. And a disturbance is considered a fail in my book. If you create a disturbance in the animals that you're viewing by your presence, then you're scoring minus points. If you can watch them without disturbing them, that's the key. And that takes an immense amount of skill. That's one of the reasons why I think these cameras are so fantastic, is that we're watching these animals doing what they're doing without disturbing them whatsoever. We're having zero impact on their day. Song of Rain, you sent in a question with regards to these cuckoos. Do the chicks take on crow habits? Gosh, that's an interesting question. I don't know, to be honest with you, Song of Rain. I mean, firstly, I've never had the opportunity to actually watch a cuckoo grow up in a nest. So you do see the cuckoos and you do see chicks being fed, but you don't sit and witness these things all the time. And so would there need to be some mimicry there? I think so. I think that the I think that the chick would need to start behaving like crow babies as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it runs the risk of becoming food for the crows. I mean, considering the crows will pretty much eat everything and the kitchen sink, it would seem. They need to behave like the babies are. Otherwise, they run the risk of the parents either abandoning them or pecking them to death. And so, interesting question there. My vote is on yes. I think that they would have to start picking up crow traits, but it would be in a type of mimicry rather than a learned behavior. In other words, something that becomes part of that particular chick's life, where you get cuckoos flying around acting like crows. More adaptability than evolution. But an interesting point nonetheless, to be honest with you. All right, so even though we've got that black-faced impala coming up and out on the side of the pan, these two gorgeous males, or rams, I should say more correctly, and the giraffe have finally set foot on the game path, bring them a bit closer in the end. I do think we can go and risk having a look at Jamala and seeing if the camera's managed to stabilize its feed and go and see what's happening with all those ends. So, nothing much is happening with the Ellies because the video is frozen from there, but it's all good. It is a Sunday, of course, on a post-World Cup winning day, and I think even the internet is celebrating. So we'll fix it somehow. Don't worry, we've got a team of really skilled dudes working on it, and we'll get the camera feed working again. In the meantime, we've got to watch these rather skittish giraffe hopefully make their way down this game path. And this lovely herd of oryx that we have here. I made mention of the black-faced impala, but that was the assumption that you knew exactly what we were talking about. These impala are endemic to this part of the world, just to touch on. They're a subspecies of the normal impala. We'll have a look at them just now.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
So what we're having a look here is just the black-faced impala, an endemic subspecies of impala that occurs in Etosha only. And we were just having a look at why they're called black-faced impala. And if you look carefully on the nose, you'll see that the black stripe extends all the way down to the point of the nose, basically. You don't find that in other impala species. And what we'll do is hopefully through the course of today, either at Jamala, there's some impala that hang around there, or Juma, or King's Camp, or somewhere else that impala occur at. We'll try and show you what an, in inverted commas, a normal impala looks like. There you can see that black face. They also seem to be a bit darker to me. I don't know, even when I've been in Etosha, but I don't know if it's just because impala have a red undercoat and it's just the contrast of the white rocks and the springbuck that we're used to. Whereas when we see impala in other environments, it's always against a green or a brown backdrop, and so it washes their color out a little bit.
Wildgänse. Wildgans. So heißen die, genau. Wildgänse, die haben wir ganz viele.
This little bird that's just sailing past us is a little grebe. You'd like to know if impala have the same lambing season all over? Yeah, I would say. All over southern Africa. East Africa is a little bit different, but definitely over southern Africa. They go through a rut. The rut is in late April, May, beginning of May, and their lambing season lasts October to December. So, although it seems fairly wide, and the impression would be that all the impala across the whole of southern Africa all drop their lambs within one day of each other, but that's not really the case. Within the same herd, impala will drop their lambs very close to one another, but herds will differ by a couple of hours to a couple of days, up to a week or two from each other. But generally speaking, what happens is because all the impala were covered at the same time during the rut, they all drop their babies at around about the same time during the lambing season, which is now at the beginning of summer. So for those of you who follow the other WildEarth shows, the sunrise and sunset safaris, there's probably a running bet going on with those guides as to when the first impala lambs will be seen. Juma is a good place to get early lambs, by the way. So if you're going to be putting a bet on the table, bet on the Juma guides. And the person who has the closest guesstimate has always been Tristan. So there's your data that you can use. Let's see if you can put your, there's no real money to change that. It's not a real bet, of course, but it's just what guides in the area tease each other with. There's a great view of that black-faced impala now, and of a Cape Crow pair. They're monogamous pairs, although as we were reading a little bit earlier on, they can actually form quite big flocks, up to 50 birds or so together in the non-breeding season. Marlene, you're 100%. With the perspective that we have so relatively far away from the pan, you don't realize how big these concrete rocks are, and how many of them there are in this particular area, and how these animals have to navigate between these rocks to get to this water. It's incredible. I mean, you watch something like elephant that just sort of surf over this stuff, and the thousands of springbuck that we see that pick their way between these rocks. It's just incredible. There are game paths that will pick through the rocks, and as elephant in particular and rhino, for instance, move through the area, that kick the bigger rocks out of the way, and you have pathways leading up to these pans. But it's not a place that you want to go and have a quick jog across, I don't think. You're going to break your ankle in about a million places. These are calcrete rocks, and they formed when shallow seas evaporate and dry up, and then they're broken up as you go through their layers. As erosion takes away material, they're then broken up, and then they're also dissolved by rain. Nonetheless, form a striking landscape out here in at Etosha. There's that black-faced impala leaving these two Cape Crows. I'm not a person for keeping pets in my adult life, but my dad always used to tell me a story about a crow that he had as a pet. He had a Cape Crow as a pet. I don't know how he got it. I never asked. But he said it was to date the most intelligent pet that he's ever had in his life. And could talk, could sing, but it had an infuriating habit of collecting shiny things and would often bring in neighbors' earrings and rings, and he was forever returning pieces of jewelry to the neighbors from his bird that used to bring it in. But they definitely, the stories hold true that they enjoy collecting shiny things for their nests, or at least in my dad's experience. Many of those giraffe have decided to come down the path. They've decided, no, you can't see them on that path. It looks like they've decided to go elsewhere. I don't know, suck water from the atmosphere, perhaps. Absolutely all of that effort and stress for nothing. Oh no, hang on, wait. We were too early to judge. You see, that's the patience. They are taking their time to come up to this pan. I mean, it's almost like they've never seen animals or people before. This is a busy time, traditionally speaking, at Etosha. The dry time of the year is a great time to overland through Etosha, and a lot of tourists are probably at the camp right now. I'm told that you can even hear a few people chatting away adjacent to the camera, and there's lots of benches around the side. In fact, Etosha is, I think I've told the story before, to the boredom of those that have heard it, but for the new people, Etosha's pans, these big permanent pans, have not grandstands as such, but rows of seating that you can then sit at next to the pan. You can literally, it's fenced off. So you can sit adjacent to the pan and you can watch animals pretty much 24/7. And at this time of the year, animals are coming to and from these pans all the time, 24 hours a day. We were told by someone in the camp when we were there, no, we need to present ourselves with our sundowners at the pan at exactly 4 o'clock. And Namibia is an once German colony, and so you present yourself at exactly 4 o'clock. We got there a little bit earlier so that we could have a prime seat. And pretty much all the residents in the camp, the ones that are back from safari at least anyway, come and sit dead quiet. You have dozens, if not hundreds of people sitting adjacent to these pans watching the sunset, enjoying a sundowner and watching this procession of animals. It's crazy, and everyone's quiet. They don't make a noise. In one of my travel journals, I have written there that even the sound of me opening up my beer was disturbingly loud in this massive crowd of people. Anyway, it's good to see that these giraffe are not coming down finally to drink. One being brave and hopefully setting the tone for the rest.
Tour. Die kann
Only
man
4
laufen
of the
ohne
6
Messer.
made it.
Aber es ist ein bisschen eng dann mit der Living Desert Tour. Das ist ein bisschen eng, weil du musst dann 30 Kilometer nach Weißenspruch fahren. Das ist das. Also ja, die Kombi ist nicht so eins von denen. Mit dem WildEarth? Ja. Die kann man aussuchen, also ich könnte jetzt wirklich gucken, wo ich empfehlen könnte. Das war irre. Ein Insider.
Are you scared of the dark? Bats? Spiders? Hold on to your broomsticks because this spooky season, we are keeping it real with our Halloween fireside chat. Join us as we get dressed up and debunk myths behind some of our seemingly scary safari friends. Catch the thrills and chills this Halloween. Bugs and Hisses. WildEarth.
Elefanten, die unter Baum standen, da war noch der Mini zwischen immer, ne? Tanten und Onkel.
There's something about giraffe drinking that makes me want to whisper for some reason. I don't know. I've tried to describe the feeling of. Well, I think it's because they look so vulnerable when they go down. Of obviously just taking the time to come and drink because of that vulnerability. I think you just got to respect it for what it is. You know, in their evolutionary pursuit of stratification and fighting advantage, it's left them open to a compromise, and that is when they have to come and drink water.
Allgemein, ja. Was kommt in den nächsten?
Boah, ist der Chef, was wir diese langen Halsen haben, nicht weil die Beine so hoch sind. Du guckst nicht so öfters mit Toscha, die das sind von niedrigen Bäumen. Die Evolution, die weiß, die haben sich immer den größten aufgebaut.
So many animals, oh my gosh.
Gemütlich halt, ne? Die anderen ruckeln irgendwo auf die Küste und es wird ein bisschen.
In about a minute or so, we're going to be joined by the suite of African cameras. And what that means is that we go from the cameras that we have available to us now, we include the range of cameras that Africam have placed all over Southern Africa and East Africa. And so we're going to be playing a short intro just to introduce them, and then we're going to be opening up that portion of the show at another location. So don't be alarmed when we all of a sudden start to play some opening shots, or a title sequence at least anyway, and then suddenly arrive somewhere else. But that's what's going to happen. And I, for one, am looking forward to the next portion of the show where we've got a few more locations to visit and see what's going on.
Aber wenn sie gefahren sind, ne, das springen die auch in den Zickzack, ne?
Zickzack, ja.
Dann der Leben macht vorbei.
When we come out of the show, we're going to have crossed the African continent. We'll be we'll be looking at Kenya and El Doño, which hopefully has seen a coalescence of their clouds and some rain over the last couple of hours. Can't wait. And just like that, we have been joined by the Africam cameras opening up on Africam El Doño with a fantastic herd of Patterson's eland. Busy drinking at the water. Slightly less cloud than we saw yesterday. Doesn't look like much rain has fallen. My lip is hanging out, my bottom lip is like extended in a displeasured look. But it will come. But it does look like it is a fantastically sunny day there. You can just see the sun brushing the tops of the Patterson's eland backs. Looks like an absolutely fantastic day. Mostly females in this herd. You might find that there'll be one or two bulls, but it looks like just females here. One or two young bulls, and then maybe if we're lucky we see the big guy. These are Africa's largest antelope, the eland. You find the Cape eland further south, and then which is slightly bigger than the Patterson's eland, but not by much. The only thing bigger would be a buffalo with a cloven hoof, slightly more heavy. Actually, I don't think so. I think a full-grown bull eland outweighs a full-grown buffalo. Really nice to see. And of course, they come with their flock of oxpeckers. Those are the birds that are sitting on the flanks of the animals. They, for the most part, if they've got red bulls, will be combing the fur for mites and parasites. There's a little bit of a breakup from the picture feed from Kenya. It is okay. We've got a moving video live feed from Kenya into your lounge. It has a gremlin from now and again. What is remarkable about this is the blue sky, white calcrete pan, and then the water is glorious blue reflection. And have a look at the giraffe reflections in the water. Isn't that just beautiful? Such a lovely picture. There you can see that there's just slight disturbance worrying the otherwise perfect reflection of this giraffe. Child bunny, yeah, 100%. We've got some stunning reflections. Just nice with the white and the blue and the blue. There's a dark green band in the background. A good looking male giraffe, that. Walter, you've sent in a comment saying just amazing. Agreed with you completely. Does look cool. You know, often the wind whip, there's a big salt pan here. It's something you can see from space that doesn't have any features on it. And often just even the slightest breeze can whip dust into the atmosphere and obscure the blue and ruffle the water, and it just makes it difficult to see reflection. There's a slight breeze that's picked up, unfortunately. But it is also the breeze that's going to be bringing the rains, and so. Can't be too harsh with our criticism, like can we? You watch a giraffe flick its head up, they all wag their lips the whole time. It's just something a giraffe do, no matter where we look at them. There you go. Oh, he didn't. Gosh, obviously. The Tosha giraffe will be difficult. The giraffe have one of the largest heart to body weight volumes in the world, and it's because they have to be able to pump blood all the way up into their head. And so they've got an enormous heart, actually, relatively speaking, and a system of valves in their neck which stops the blood from flowing back down their neck between heartbeats. So there's a constant blood pressure in the neck, and then there's also constant blood pressure in the head. Can you imagine the vertical displacement on the head moving from ground level all the way 5.5 meters up into the sky? Might cause some dizziness issues, but they've managed to evolve a way around that. They've got a system of capillaries at the base of their skull, which keeps the blood pressure in their head pretty much constant. So it doesn't matter where their head is down or up, the blood pressure in their neck and in their head stays the same, relatively speaking. We're going to see if we can try out Africam tile camera after this giraffe has just done its little customary flick, or prove me wrong once again. It's not interested in what I think it needs to do. No. Gosh. I'm honestly humbles all the time, which is a great thing. Humility is good. Alrighty, let's go and have a look at Africam tile in Midikwe. Alrighty, and so here we open up very close to that fantastic wallow that these elephants are at, well, that they manage around here on this sounder of warthog. This mom has done a great job of actually bringing up three babies. They're busy feeding on the grass that's growing on this mud. Can't get too deep. The mud here is literally deep enough to swallow an elephant. And so they've got to be careful about where they go. But because there's so little food out there, it's definitely worth. And there's even a tree squirrel. Did you see? Was that a tree squirrel or a ground squirrel? Let's see. Looks like a ground squirrel. Looks like a ground squirrel with a tail that curls over the head. So ground squirrel. great view. Just seeing if we can get the camera under control and point it. Those are common moorhens. Yep, without the black faces. White faces, sorry, with the black faces. So those two birds that crossed there. Oh no, they got white faces. Did I see a white face? Squirrels back. These squirrels live in dens under the ground. Blue wildebeest. And sit on the ground using their tails as an umbrella. You see them all over these dry areas in the Kalahari. You get chased around by jackal, and you see, I don't know, they harass Cape cobras often. They're just very comical things. Always active and busy doing something. So nice to see this. You know, it's a very large pan, this towel pan. And there's always something going on. It's a very well established pan, and it's got, probably out of all the pans that we look at, it's got the most vegetation growing in it. So it's got these little lawns that pop up on the mud flats. And we've seen elephant making use of it, baboon, one or two waterbuck, and then warthog now, and guinea fowl as well. It looks like we've got a weaver that's also come down. That yellow, bright yellow fleck that we can see looks like a weaver. Here you can see the squirrel also. Great view. Gosh, it's difficult to manipulate these cameras. I just want to say thank you to the Zoomy for doing that. It's hard. And let's see what weaver this is. I think we're lucky to see these weavers back because they got nests in the tree next to us. So we're going to be able to see them start nesting. Great summertime activity. They're so busy. All right. Tough to see what weaver. A lot of the weavers have dark faces like that. We've got the lesser mast, or the southern mast, or the village weaver. It's not going to be the lesser mast. It's probably the southern mast weaver or village. Oh, but now it's flown off. And then that squirrel. Have a look at that squirrel. Now it's giving us a great view of that squirrel, which is really nice. And then black. Well, we have the squirrel's gone, but we have got the black crake that we're looking at now. So this is also a bird that they're common, but we don't really see them that often. You can see with the yellow beak and the red legs. That's a bird that we don't see too often. Here in the background is a common moorhen. So here comes the crake again. See that it's a different bird to the one that we can see there at the back. Oh, boom, 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 boom.
Whether you're a retiree, a recent graduate, or a professional seeking a change, the 55-day eco-training program is for you. With the coaching of experienced training guides, you'll embark on an unforgettable adventure that will give you a deep understanding of wildlife, conservation, and African cultures. If you sign up locally or internationally using this promo code, you'll receive 2,000 Rand off.
disturbance. Yeah, there's something happened there that gave them a fright. Could be a big bird that flew over. I don't think there's a crocodile in this particular part of the pan, but you never know. There are crocs here, and they will absolutely take the cue and smash a warthog if they could. Probably find it was just something that scared them, and then it got stuck in the water and then had a panic. He's got some big elephant coming down to the pan now for a swim and a drink. He wasn't a lion, otherwise they would be gone. Even the Egyptian geese came out of the thicket to see what's going on. Those are hartebeest in the distance, in case any of you are wondering what reddish antelope was there. Gosh, look at those elephant coming down there. Isn't that fantastic? So even the geese came out of the shadows here to have a look at what the disturbance was. Now we've got these ellies coming down. We'll see they probably come straight down to this pool and have a swim. Here where we are now is where they love coming to swim, and they look hot. And so let's see, I got a feeling they're probably going to come straight here. I'm just getting the camera under control, a little bit of patience, and we'll have it right back onto the ellies. Takes a little bit of maneuvering from remote location to remote location. No, when Africam first started, they had their first camera at Juma, but they also had another one at Sabi Sabi on Bushpan, and we as guides we needed to come in and move the camera when we saw animals in the distance, and it basically just took a photograph every, I don't know, it was every 30 seconds or minute or whatever the case may be. And that was my first webcam. I think let's stay and watch these ellies jump into this water. I think it's going to be great. There's 3 bull elephant that look almost exactly the same size. Let's see if they come and have a swim or whether they go and get some water first. See that elephant start bobbing his head. Oh, chasing that wildebeest out of the way. Gosh, you are so spiteful, these ellies are. You almost want to chase them back when they behave like that. He's got some decent sized tusks as well, coming straight to this wallow. Although the bigger guy looks like him at the back. The older one, at least, anyway. You can see those sunken temples. Isn't that just a great picture? Goodness me. Scanning around the pan. I have no doubt in my mind that he's just going to plop down in that mud and cool down straight away. This one seems to be heading for the water first. So that there's 2 that have gone for a drink, and 1 so far that is coming straight to the mud. I think we stick on the one that's going for the mud. I think the relief that you're going to see on this elephant when he finally gets into the water is going to be amazing. Look at him straight in there. And douche. Ah. Get in and have a swim, but stop wasting time spraying yourself. Just get in and lie down. Baby elephants seem to have it at Jamala. They just get into the water and lie down. They don't even bother with anything else. I think Elisa, there he goes. Cooling down his baking skin. And all that that splashing going around. It's amazing we couldn't hear the sigh of relief. I think all of us sighed for him. It looks like this big guy is going to come down and join the mud and go for a drink later. Getting that mud up and behind the ears, across the back and the shoulders, down the flanks. And now he's going to go and have a mud bath on the right. There we go. Song of Rain, the water swag is a great way of putting that head bobbing thing that they get doing that. I think we need to coin that phrase. It's a great way of saying it. And they almost always do. When they walk up to the water, they waggle their head like that or bob their head like that and sway it from side to side. And it's a very arrogant feeling maneuver or, language. Are you going to lie down, big guy? This is the best place for you to do it. Yeah, we're going to eventually figure out that if we just backflipped with a half twist into the water, he would have covered everything instantly with mud. The hartebeest, interesting looking antelope. I haven't quite decided whether I like them from an aesthetic point of view or not, but I've got to appreciate how fast they are. They're one of the fastest antelopes in the bush. Anyone out racing it is actually the tsessebe, which looks remarkably similar. Only animal faster in Africa is a cheetah. And then across all fields, obviously the peregrine falcon takes the cake at over 300 kilometers an hour in a power dive. These guys run at about 60 to 80, and a cheetah can get over 100. That's about it. And then elephant can run. Oh, there you go. Come on, you go. Boom. You can just see how great that was in the jacuzzi. Yeah, 100%. It's so fascinating how playful that these massive, sort of very dignified, majestic beasts can be. See, this guy manages to displace this other one. I don't think so. I think he's bigger in body, but his tusks aren't bigger. So it'll be interesting to see who wins the prime spot. Yeah, 100% looking like they're just two buddies with one another, just comfortable, happy to share the water. Let's see now when if the big guy decides to get into the water. I'm still amazed at how deep this mud puddle is. It's easily 5 feet, 6 feet deep there. He's going to tusk the bank a little bit and do some terraforming here. Oh, there you go. Look at that, just absolute bliss. Getting the mud everywhere. You won't quite hear a hiss of steam coming off of their shoulders, but I'm sure from an elephant's point of view, it must feel unbelievably lovely when the heat is sucked out of your skin. And in particular, it doesn't look like there's much of a breeze blowing, but a little bit of breeze. It could be great. Are you going to get in, big guy? Or are you just going to stand there and show off? Come on, come and join your buddy in the water. Share and share alike. It'll make you feel a lot better. Yeah, Leah, I agree with you. You never think that there's another elephant in the water. It just looks like a big rock. I mean, like, I've always imagined the last couple of weeks, walking up to these wallows. You always got to be careful walking up to a wallow, particularly this time of the year. But you expect something like a buffalo to jump out of the wallow, not for a boulder to all of a sudden turn into a massive elephant. It would be quite disturbing. Yeah, he goes into the water finally. He'll probably end up kicking and splashing around a little bit. Go on. Amazing how they all know that this is just the place to be. See the relief. Gosh, look at that. It is such a great thing to see. If only elephants could talk and tell us how he's feeling, right? We just had a comment going through. It seems like this elephant is looking like everyone felt in the last 60 seconds of the rugby match last night. Just total and utter relief after a massive build-up of stress. It is amazing how a game can incite so many emotions. Look at these two ellies just resting their trunks over their tusks. They can weigh over 100 kilograms, these tusks, these trunks. The tusks can actually get over 100 pounds, but not these two guys. They're not that heavy. But it's a lot of weight carrying around on the front of their head.
What if you could explore the world from an entirely new perspective? Flying a real drone live without leaving home. This is Nature Eye. Discover our planet's landscapes with a personal guide and a powerful camera. Every flight helps conserve the locations you visit. Book your adventure with Nature Eye.
Paddle over the nose. In fact, it's also how you sex them. And what a great view. Let me just quickly get my facts straight before I tell you exactly how to sex them. So a female has a yellow eye. So if we can, doesn't look like it's a female, it's got a dark eye. The male has also got these wattles, these yellow wattles on the bottom bill. Isn't it amazing? Love these. And they are endangered, so they are endangered species of bird. Let's have a look there. I don't see the wattles, and it's tough to see the color of the eye. I don't know, let's say she's a girl for now. So we just got to get close enough to see if it's got a yellow eye or not. The wattles come and go with breeding. Such a great view of this. Really, it's an endangered species of bird, so you don't see a lot of these around at all. In fact, populations 80 to 1,000 birds in the Delta, less than 200 in Namibia, only 40 to 60 in the Kruger National Park, and 1,000 or so in Zimbabwe. So there you go. Let me just find out if I can find a recent statistic on numbers in the Kruger Park. Yeah, 100%. There's a yellow eye. Okay, so this is a female. So definitely a female, no wattles, and a yellow eye confirmed. There you go. You can see the yellow eye there quite clearly. Great camera work there, Zumi. Let me see if I can find a census. Zumi's fingers are probably burning from the workout and keeping up with this bird. It's crazy. But great job. Give me 1 second. I just want to find out what the current status of these birds are. I'm just trying to download the web page for BirdLife SA. Tend to have the best information on current bird numbers. I'm going to just wait and see if we can get their web page open and loaded. So for those of you who don't know where we are, we've moved from Madikwe to the Greater Kruger National Park into Djuma, and there's a dam at Djuma on a small river that passes the camp, and we're looking at a saddle-billed stork, which is a highly endangered species of bird that occurs in the Kruger Park and surrounding areas, fishing as the water stranding fish, and that's what it's busy doing. This is a female, the one with the yellow eye, and I'm just trying to find out some numbers on what current population statistics are. Give me 1 sec. Battling to open up web pages today, but anyway, here's what it is. Like I said, South Africa is still celebrating our victory in the Rugby World Cup from last night, and it looks like the internet is also having a bit of a party. So Picasso sent in a comment. So morning, Picasso. Well, afternoon at the moment. Let me just read it for everyone. This is your observation. If you look at the red tip of the saddleboard stalk's bill and then go to the next black band, that jaggedness is 100% unique to each saddleboard stalk. That's an interesting observation. And so well done on that, Picasso. Very keen observer, you. What Picasso's noticed is that the shape of the bill, particularly the edge of the bill, is unique to each bird. We'll see if we can get... This bird is moving around way too fast for us to follow well, so just excuse us. It's not us. We're trying the best we can. Well, Azumi is at least trying the best they can, doing a great job at it. Not easy today. The bird is very active. Catherine, you've observed that I have a bit of a rugby voice this morning. Um, I didn't actually shout too much. It was a rather subdued crowd until the last 10 minutes. And then the wheels fell off. And then I came home straight after that. So it wasn't too much of a party. I have got a cold though. I have a 11-year-old, which, as you know, 11-year-old kids are vectors for every known transmittable disease on the face of the planet. And so he transferred a bit of a snotty nose over to me. So that's maybe what's causing it. But it was a big celebration in McGregor Town in the Western Cape yesterday. Like I said, subdued initially because the weather's atrocious. It was only 9 or 10 degrees here. But by the time the last 10 minutes came along, the place had definitely heated up. I don't know. There must have been about 1,000 hugs and high fives given. Look at that. There we go. You can see more than one tear was shed in the venue last night as well. It was an incredible release of pressure and stress for a lot of people. Gosh, emotion.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Quite often storks have these bizarre flaps and folds of skin. It's just to make them look prettier for other storks. They do form monogamous pairs, so you do find male and female storks together quite often. She might be a young one and hasn't paired up with the male yet, or the male is just, I don't know, out of the wind somewhere. You can see the weather at Juma is not that good today. Sunrise safari or sunset safari is going to be a interesting affair from Juma this afternoon. When the wind is blowing this hard, everything else goes into hiding. Yeah, apparently this morning it was really tricky. A little bit of shake, that's just from the wind blowing the camera around. No matter how much we try and secure the camera, it does form a barrier to the wind. And of course, when we're at full zoom like this, it does make it tricky. So I just want to applaud the Zoomy for doing a fantastic job of keeping this bird in view, in spite of the gale that's busy blowing there now. But it has come to that time of the day when I have to say goodbye. I'm handing over to Liam. My colleague is going to be running the rest of the show with you all the way through to 3 o'clock Central Africa time. It's from my side to you. It was great spending the morning with you. It's flown by. And so thank you for all your participation, and thank you for the eyes on the screen. It's just so great to share today with you. Again, once happy played to the box. Well done. You guys did a great job. And more than that, bonded this country together in a time when we need it. So let's hope it lasts a long time. All the best out there, and we'll catch up again. Au revoir.
Good afternoon. I think we're live. My name is Liam Burrow, and I am the naturalist that is going to be taking you through the second half of this afternoon's Live at the Waterhole show. And what a pleasure it is to be coming to you on this slightly grey and drizzly low-felt day. I hope everybody out there is recovering nicely from that fantastic Springbok All Blacks game last night. How spectacular was that? And I'm very pleased to see that my prediction of a victory by 1 point was indeed the case. A close call indeed. But yeah, as I say, quite a drizzly and grey day from South Africa's Lowveld. I'm actually coming to you live from my home in the town of Nelspruit, not too far from Juma, about 100 miles, 160 or 70 kilometers. So the weather where I am is very similar to what's going on around this lovely female saddle-billed stork. It's grey, it's pretty windy, it's a bit drizzly. But as we know, there is life out there. Cool. Well, I believe there may be an elephant on the feed at Tau in Madikwe. So perhaps let's swap over there in the absence of that saddle-billed stork. So over in Madikwe in South Africa's northwest province, right up on the border with neighbouring Botswana to the north, we have a lovely elephant bull enjoying a bit of a wallow, and quite nicely a couple of red hartebeest in the background. an antelope species we don't see a whole lot of in the Greater Kruger area at all. I have in fact never seen them in the Greater Kruger. But apparently there are a few rattling around there, a bit more prolific in places like the Kalahari and the drier parts of South Africa's northernmost reaches. Now, I'm quite surprised. I was expecting the weather here in Madikwe to be much of the same. Pretty grey, pretty windy, but apparently not. I'm not aware of whether or not these guys got any rain at all last night. Perhaps it missed them. But yeah, their turn will certainly come eventually. And for now, thankfully, there are a few artificially pumped water holes where wildlife like this big elephant can come down and get a much needed drink. Yeah, I'm hearing the rumbles of thunder outside my house, so that's not coming from Madikwe. The forecast is rain, rain, rain for the Lowveld. But that is excellent. Yeah, we are gradually moving into our wet season, so hopefully most of these live at the waterhole locations will get some much needed relief. Good afternoon there, Spaz. Nice to have you on board with us. Yeah, it is turning into an exciting afternoon already. Really, really awesome to see these red hartebeest. And we've had them sort of popping up here at Tau, especially a couple of times. But it always seems to be with the naturalist that goes on before me in sort of the earlier segment. So I'm very happy we're getting the chance to have a look at them for a change. A relative of the sesame, which is the fastest antelope in Africa. These guys really are capable of some pretty impressive feats of speed. Not quite as much as the sesame, which I believe runs at about 80 kilometers an hour. These guys are a little bit less than that, but famed for phenomenal feats of endurance running. So keeping up a pretty impressive click, a pretty impressive speed for quite some time indeed. Now they've got very big nostrils which act as an air intake and enormous lungs with a very powerful heart in the center. Cool, I believe Nadine in our control can hear some activity around the water there. There is a bit of a delay on this camera, so I think she's hopeful to try and zoom out or do a bit of panning, see maybe if there's some ellies or something splashing around the water. And it does take a few moments for the camera to actually react. And there we go. Beautiful. So Nadine has hit the nail on the head. And another elephant bull down at the water, doing a bit of feeding in the shallows there. These elephants seem to be sort of ever present at the waterholes around Tau in the Madikwe Game Reserve. Good afternoon there, Patrice. I hope wherever you are, you're having a lovely day, and thanks for your comment. Yeah, grab yourself something to drink, something to snack on. It promises to be an interesting afternoon out in the bush. Again, the beauty of this live at the Waterhole sort of setup, as many of you will know, is the fact that we have a number of these feeds in different locations. So we do have sort of the opportunity on any given day to have a look at quite the cross-section of African biodiversity. And as I always say, variety is the spice of life. It's nice to check out some different areas, not necessarily just looking for big megafauna type species. We're also very happy to take a look at a bit of the smaller stuff too. Birds, reptiles, smaller mammals, it all has value. But yeah, life is looking pretty good for these big elephant bulls, in spite of a pretty dry and barren landscape behind them.
I started watching WildEarth during COVID. I decided that I wanted to study more, and I saw that Eco Training Pridelands was doing courses, and I decided to do the 8-week online theory course at the end of last year. There's just so much out there to learn and to experience.
Sign up for an Eco Training digital course today with the promo code to receive 200 Rand off.
Tom, very well observed. He is certainly pretty filthy looking. And that is no accident. Mud is used in elephants as a pretty effective treatment against exposure to the sun. So it basically acts as sunblock. And it also helps to lock moisture into that very wrinkly skin. So an elephant, quite different to you and I, doesn't produce sweat. It doesn't have the ability to sweat. So it has to kind of find a way to keep that skin nice and cool, nice and moist. And mud provides that service. Their very wrinkly skin with all of its sort of ruts and folds is also up to 60% more effective at retaining moisture than ours. Starbuck, to my knowledge, not necessarily. It's a very, very good question. Elephants are born in a sort of a weight bracket of about 50 to 100 kilos. And to my knowledge, you can get very big examples of both genders. I guess a little bit like human babies. It's also pretty largely dependent on the mum. If the mum is a big cow, the calf is almost certainly going to be quite a bulky baby as well. Female elephants ovulate for the first time at about 15 years of age. So at that size, she's probably only maybe a 1.5 to 2 ton elephant. Quite a small cow. Her first calf will almost certainly be born very, very small indeed. Probably closer to the 50 kg bracket. But they grow extremely rapidly on a diet of mum's very nutrient-rich milk. And yeah, it'll only be a couple of months and they will have almost doubled in size. This chap has apparently broken off his right tusk there, quite possibly in a fight with another male. You can see how the right one is sort of a bit shorter, a bit stubbier. Now, that tusk will never regrow. It's not like a deer's antler that can be shed and regenerated completely, but it will continue to grow. So while it will probably always be shorter than the one on the left, he will eventually sort of sharpen it to a point just through his daily activities, stripping bark, digging holes, etc. And yeah, he'll gain some length on it. I think that little bird running along that floating vegetation is a green sandpiper. Fairly inconspicuous looking little bird. Have a bit of a look around here. That looks like a spur-winged goose to me. It's a pretty beastly bird. Very, very big goose. And perhaps a red-knobbed coot there in the bottom left. Once again, we've got a little bit of a delay on this camera. So Nadine is going to try and zoom in on our spur-winged goose here. This looks slightly headless, but I think his head is tucked under his wing. It's just having a bit of a rest. This really is quite an oasis for a lot of life in the area. There isn't a whole lot of water or greenery around. And this wet, sort of quite lush looking spot must be attracting lots of insects. And through the insects, attracting lots of things like frogs, which in turn attract snakes and the birds that feed on snakes. And yeah, hey presto, you've got biodiversity. A wonderful look at this spur-wing. A very, very big looking goose. I think it might actually even be the heaviest species of goose we get in Africa. Certainly quite a bit larger than the Egyptian. taking it very easy. Being a goose, these guys are largely herbivorous, and they're particularly keen on grazing. So they'll feed on green shoots. I'm sure this is one of the only spots in the entire area he will actually have access to green grass. Hence his arrival here today. They'll also probably supplement their diet with the odd insect, perhaps a little frog, if they can actually catch it. Good morning there, driver. Wonderful to have you coming to us all the way from Scotland this morning or this afternoon. And yeah, sending lots of love back to your side as well. What a pleasure to be spending the day taking a bit of time to look at wildlife. So my bird book says these spurwing geese can get from 2.5 to 7 kilos. So a truly massive bird indeed. I see a grey heron there, a spoonbill further back. There's certainly some bird life out there. There's our Egyptian geese and the heron. And I would wager that section of water moving to the right of the heron is a Nile crocodile. Nile crocodile are a very big catfish. And Nadine tells me that there were some warthogs wallowing around here earlier, before I sort of came onto the show. And there was apparently a bit of a commotion, some squealing, and they all ran away. So quite possible that the croc did try and grab one, though we would expect that if he did have some success there, we'd see him sort of chucking a carcass around, trying to break pieces off. I reckon there is a croc here somewhere, but I don't think he's caught anything. Not yet. Again, up to 70% of what a Nile crocodile feeds on is thankfully fish, but obviously 30% is potentially whatever he can get hold of. And that could be anything from a large mammal, something like a big antelope, to a bird. Other crocodiles, they're fairly cannibalistic, and potentially even humans. Thousands of people are reckoned to be taken by Nile crocodiles in Africa each year, especially with the presence of a lot of human habitation on Africa's waterways, with a lot of very impoverished people and not having access to running water in their homes. People tend to try and live quite close to rivers, big dams, that sort of thing, to have access to a bit of drinking water, a place to wash clothes. And yeah, again, tying into that very opportunistic nature of a crocodile, it will happily take the opportunity to eat a person. Curvy Rose, you and me both. We seem to get all manner of stuff coming down here. It looks like a big group of plains zebras now. Our little warthog family, by the looks of it, further back there. Oh no, it's more spurwings. There's towering spurwing geese, and then the slightly smaller ones are white-faced whistling ducks. Yeah, jeepers. They're so large. I actually thought they were warthogs from a distance, but definitely resting spur wings. And those very, very small pale birds off on the right look like black-winged stilts to me. A stilt is an apt name. They've got these lovely, long, skinny legs. And as I say, plains zebs as well. Quite a spread.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
Cool. Well, I think it might be time to try and check in at Old Donyo in southern Kenya, where I believe we've got some more activity down at the water's edge. Check it out. Two beautiful East African elephant bulls and two Maasai giraffe in the background. Once again, just sort of that shadowy grey section of Kilimanjaro in the background, and some wonderful and very iconic acacia trees as well, those umbrella-shaped trees back there. It's It's looking a little cloudy here, not necessarily scorching hot today, but pretty dry. This has become, I think, probably my favorite location at Live at the Waterhole. And that was confirmed with the sighting of that incredible elephant tusker, 1 ton, 2 or 3 shows back, 2 or 3 days ago. This is just such a spectacular place. I think unfortunately for these giraffe, they're going to have to hang back, wait their turn while these big bulls finish up. But hopefully these Ellie boys won't hold it for too long. Apologies there, we have been experiencing some difficulties with the Old Donyo feed. So crossing back over to Okakoyo here in Namibia. What have we got walking into the water there? Looks like possibly an oryx. I think it's an oryx. With our friend the springbok in the back. We're just getting our controls in gear here. Again, there can be a little bit of a delay. Remembering that many of these feeds are thousands of kilometers apart. And yeah, it can be a little challenging to manage sometimes. Thankfully, I think we're in luck here today. It isn't too windy, so the camera should be nice and stable. And it is an oryx indeed. Big oryx, looks like a pied crow. I think on that rock to the right, it's perhaps a little bit big. We'll see what happens when it moves. And a whole train of oryx in the back. Stuck in bed, very, very happy to hear that you enjoy it as much as we do. Yeah, it certainly beats watching reality TV, trash TV, if you will. Thanks very much there, Nadine. That is not a pied crow, it is an Egyptian goose with quite a dark back. Yeah, that was a slightly tricky one. The fact that it was so large made me sort of have my doubts there a bit. Definitely an Egyptian goose. And nice to see a couple of springbok as well, especially after last night's festivities. I was actually watching the game with a whole bunch of friends last night. We had a bit of a barbecue. And then a massive lightning storm rolled in, and with something like 20 seconds left, lightning struck and the power went out. So there was a scramble. Thankfully, somebody pulled out their phone and managed to pull the game up there. And we managed to catch the last few seconds just in time. It was very, very intense. Lots of screaming and shouting. But what a relief. Yeah, great look at a couple of springbok here. Particularly skinny looking one closest to the camera there. I think a testament of sort of the conditions out in the bush at the moment. Life is tough out there. Even for an animal as highly adapted to life in harsh conditions as these things are. Yeah, things are tough. I'm sorry there, Nadine. Could you repeat Diana's question? It broke up a bit there. Diana, and thanks, Nadine. Diana, I don't believe the water would be all that cold. This waterhole at most is probably 4 or 5 feet deep, and it is situated in one of the hottest places in Africa, the Mitosha National Park, where temperatures in excess of 40 degrees Celsius are fairly regular. So I reckon this water is probably in the 20s Celsius. It must be very cool and refreshing for these antelope and the ellies and things like that come along. But certainly it's not chilly at all. And the beauty of this area, though, is that it doesn't host a population of crocodiles. And it is simply too dry out in the bush. Water is not a common enough resource for things like hippo and crocs to occur. So from the perspective of these antelope especially, that is a very good thing. And for that reason, they quite happily wade into the water, often up to their chests, with no fear at all. A very handsome looking springbok ram there, an adult male. You can see much thicker horns. A couple of zebra back there as well. As springbok are quite capable of living totally independently of water, so getting all of the moisture they need to survive from the environment that they live in, literally from the plants that they eat. But of course, wherever standing water is present, they will take the opportunity to drink.
Are you in search of a unique, unforgettable adventure in the wild? Imagine living with the animals you see on TV while getting an inside look at how a live safari TV show operates. We're thrilled to offer this experience through our 7, 14 and 28-day EcoCam experiences. To book your spot, visit wildearth.tv/EcoCam. Come and join us for the bush experience of a lifetime.
So WildEarth's mission is to connect the world with nature. And if you would like to help, please feel free to pop onto our website and click donate. And we'd also love to thank all of you who have donated already. And nice to be able to keep the show going. I've spent quite a bit of time in the last sort of year or two freelance guiding on and off in between my flying missions at Tswalu in the Kalahari. A wonderful place to see antelope that are a bit more desert adapted, things like springbok and these magnificent oryx. Yeah, those saber horns, absolutely mind-boggling. In the biggest bulls, they can be over 4 foot long. And no coincidence, those horns, especially when he lifts his head and his neck up, are about the same length as his back. The theory being if a predator like a lion jumps onto that antelope's rump, he can quite nicely whack his head back and stab it with one of those horns. And they have the potential to be seriously dangerous, these oryx. A formidable prey item. But anyway, speaking of formidable, it might be time now to hop back over to Tau and see what our Ellies are up to. Check it out. So surrounded by a number of little water birds, got our big elephant bull on one of these sort of turrets of grass growing on top of the mud at the Waterhole here at Tau in Madikwe. Looks like 3 banded plovers. Check it out. That mud is seriously thick. I'd say 1 meter to about 1.5 meters. Now the white bird behind him is a cattle egret. A very opportunistic feeder on things like insects. So he's relying on this elephant to disturb stuff as he moves through the mud and sort of pulls up lumps of this grass. I'm sure there are little crickets and grasshoppers and stuff trying to get out of his way. And that cattle egret is very happily snapping them up in his wake. Ellies provide a pretty awesome service. In Africa's waterways to kind of keep them on these nice channels that allow water to flow through, allow fish to move, and prevent waterways from being choked by floating vegetation. Yeah, they're very much sort of the managers of these areas. Check how he uses that left tusk to kind of leverage up a bit of grass. There's a bit of movement from that crocodile in the top right corner. He has certainly caught something there. Lots of snapping in the shallows. I wonder if he hasn't got something like a fish. I think in a fairly stagnant pond like this, he's feeding on something like a catfish. The water probably isn't high quality enough to be home to things like the tilapia, and another fairly common and widespread family of fish in southern Africa. And they like pretty clean water, clean and fresh. Now the catfish quite uniquely has the ability to gulp air. It doesn't necessarily have to use its gills to breathe. So in fairly stagnant, still water that has lower levels of oxygen, catfish thrive. Couldn't have been a very big one. He didn't do much more snapping there. No, he's still moving about a bit. Being watched by that massive spurring goose in the top right as well. Very big bird. And a red-knobbed coot just hopping into the water there. A common moorhen behind this elephant. Also, I think, snapping up a lot of flies and stuff that this big bull is attracting. I've never actually seen a bird land on an elephant. They obviously don't get things like oxpeckers, and ellies don't really host the species of ticks that oxpeckers like to feed on. I have seen footage and photographs out of places like East Africa where the cattle egrets will actually sit on them. But for whatever reason, in South Africa it just doesn't happen. Not that I've seen anyway. In the last 12 odd years of spending lots of time with ellies. I wonder why that is. I've honestly got no idea. Now for something completely different. I think it's time to head up to Kimberley in South Africa's sort of northernmost regions to have a look at our flamingo colony, Comfers Dam. Wonderful. So quite a calm scene at Comfers Dam with a colony of lesser and greater flamingos. Lots of red-knobbed coots. This is a very pleasant scene indeed. A bit of chop on the water, so I presume there is a bit of wind, which can provide some difficulties for our efforts at zooming in and out. But let's see how it goes. This really is a haven for waterbirds. The entire area, which, if I'm not mistaken, is about 380 hectares, is a protected wetland. So there is no development, there's no sort of feral animals, people aren't coming in here with dogs, things like that. So it's a wonderful place for many of these species of birds to breed. In particular for the flamingos. And now, keeping in mind there are probably only 6 or 7 spots where the flamingos can actually build a nest and raise a family on the entire continent of Africa. So Comfers Dam really is a critical place for them to breed. And in recent years, they've had enormous success. 2007 was the first time, sort of fairly recently after this wetland had been established. It is an artificial development. And very shortly after that, 20,000 birds arrived here, 20,000 flamingos, many of which paired off, males and females sort of separated, and began to raise families. And the presence of the flamingos here all hinges on the fact that the lake hosts blue-green algae and diatoms, which are the things that the flamingos feed on. They're filter feeders, so when they do feel a bit hungry, they sort of put the top of their head on the water's surface and filter that blue-green algae and those diatoms out of the water with kind of the upper surface of the bill, where they've got almost like a mesh-like filter. Allows them to pull the water into their bill, sort of spit out all the salty stuff, but retain very tasty algae. Katharina, it is a beautiful and calming spot, isn't it? Nice as well that we get a bit of diversity. It's not just the flamingos. And we had some Cape teals here yesterday. Of course, these red-knobbed coots. I'm sure there are dabchicks and moorhens and all sorts of things mixed in. It looks like a wonderful spot. Now, the secret to the success of the flamingos here is an artificial island which is sort of out of view and created by a team of ornithologists that established this wetland in conjunction with a big mining company. And that island essentially provides a very safe place for those flamingos to breed. And with a deep moat of water around it on all sides, it prevents things like cats from coming in and trying to raid those nests. It's a bit of a bizarre one. I actually learnt recently that one of the closest connections to the dove and pigeon family is indeed the flamingo. It's literally the last bird I would have thought. I mean, they live such different lives. They feed on completely different things. They look entirely different. The flamingos have even got webbed feet. So yeah, a pigeon was just not what comes to mind, but apparently there is some connection there. And we chatted a little bit yesterday about these guys stood on one leg. You can see a number of them doing that. It's actually reckoned that that's how many of these water birds sleep. So they have the ability to shut down one half of their brain at a time. They pop their leg into the water, lift the other one, shut down half the brain, so they rest that half, allow it to sort of regenerate a little bit. But at the same time, they're still sort of semi-conscious, and that allows them to simultaneously rest and keep an eye out for danger. Vincent, not necessarily. So some water birds are more dominant than others. We see it a lot with species like the ducks and geese. The Egyptian goose, for example, is a very, very dominant species in any environment. And any smaller water birds, any of the teals, any of the white-faced whistling ducks, will often get kind of pushed to the fringes by those Egyptian geese. And they're also very territorial, so they don't seem to like to share prime feeding areas and sort of nesting spots. But yeah, provided kind of real estate and feeding areas, resources are in plentiful supply, you get wonderful congregations of water birds in some areas, such as this Comfers Dam. Pretty spectacular. The flamingos, certainly anyway, are very highly gregarious. You see them in these big flocks. And without a doubt, that is a survival mechanism, safety in numbers. And one of the biggest predators of the flamingo are things like eagles. So these guys have a far greater chance of survival if an eagle does show up, of sticking together in a flock, all trying to take off together. You are far less likely as an individual to be captured if you're in a group of 100 or more. I mean, these flamingo flocks can be thousands strong, turn the entire sky pink in some areas.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
So a pretty great size discrepancy there between the greater and the lesser flamingo. The greater is the one sort of lowest down in the frame there. A very big bird, quite a bit paler. And the lessers are possibly even about half the size. But both flamingos feeding on very similar things and breeding in a very similar way, similar time. Often they share these colonies. They are two very distinctive species, so they don't hybridize. Jessie girl, thanks very much for your comment. Wonderful to see a population of flamingos out in the wild. I was very lucky as a kid, a very small kid, running along the remote part of northern Mozambique, kind of more up towards Tanzania actually, to see quite a bit of flamingo movement, to see flocks of them in the sky. And I think that was the first time I had ever seen them. They are pretty wonderful. They are bizarre looking birds. And seeing them flying, kind of, it's a bit kindly, but also really, really graceful at the same time. Apologies there, I believe my audio broke up a little bit there. Possibly to do with the a fairly intense weather system that's blowing in across South and Southern Africa at the moment. Yeah, a bit of a cold front coming up from the Atlantic made landfall last night. And yeah, it's bringing with it storms and wet weather and I reckon possibly even snow in some of our higher regions in the Drakensberg, places like Lesotho. So yeah, just bear with us. Quite a bit of bathing going on for a lot of these birds. You see the red-knobbed coots in the background doing it. Now this water looks lovely, but it is quite sodic, it's quite salty. So these birds have got to put in quite a bit of effort to keep their feathers in good condition. It's easy for them to dry out and start to split. So yeah, preening will be an activity involving a little bit of splashing around in the water, and then probably these birds finding a spot a little bit further up onto terra firma where they can do a bit of preening. And they massage a pimple-like gland on the base of their tail, right on the end of their spine, and that secretes a nice oil, which pretty critically helps to waterproof those feathers. Keeps them conditioned, and very, very importantly, helps to keep the wings aerodynamic. Feathers don't last forever, and birds will molt periodically. So molting involves the feathers falling out and new feathers being regenerated. Thankfully, they don't all fall out at the same time. That would be an absolute disaster. But it's sort of a gradual process. The birds will encourage it along, sort of pulling out older, damaged feathers. And regeneration takes just a couple of weeks. And they manage it quite nicely so that they obviously have the ability to throughout the process. But certainly birds can start to look a bit shabby when they're kind of midway through. They start to look very scruffy. But yeah, all part and part of life in the avian world. Cool. I believe now time to check back in at Tau in Madikwe, where we have a heron possibly doing some hunting. Certainly looks like he has that laughing bull in his sights. I think it's much more likely he's keen on things like catfish and perhaps even African clawed frogs that'll be stirred up in the wake of this elephant. There's certainly stuff moving in the water. yeah, I believe we're fairly consistently having issues with my audio, so apologies about that. Again, an effect of this storm, I reckon. We've had a bit of thunder rumbling outside my house here in Nelspruit. It is pretty grey and rainy. But yeah, we will plug on. I'd like to see this heron catch something. We'll see if he has some success. He might actually even just be taking a bit of a rest. I don't know how successful his morning has been. No, in the same breath he might be getting going there. Zane, certainly a lot of waterbird species are sort of spear feeders. So things like herons, things like egrets, storks. But there are a lot of very unique adaptations. The shoebill, or rather the spoonbill, is a nice example. Rather than spearing prey like something like a heron, that spoonbill will place his bill in the shallows, kind of wade into the water, and then he kind of swings his head side to side, stirring up things like crustaceans, little frogs, little fish. And then you get things like African skimmers, which feed on the wing, sort of lowering their bill into the water and trying to snap up a fish right up at the surface. So no, they don't really all hunt in the same way. There's a remarkable diversity, quite an array of different species, all pretty uniquely adapted to occupy their own little niche. That way, at least competition for individual food sources are kind of reduced, and that allows you to have a nice diversity of species.
This immersive program will give you an in-depth understanding of the African bush in as little as 7 days. You'll be guided by expert trainers who will lead you through the various ecosystems of Africa and teach you essential bush skills. Join Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course and you will receive 500 Rand off whether you sign up locally or internationally using this promo code. Further your journey as a true bush enthusiast today.
quite a bit of life down here at the water. As I say, all of those waterbird species. The spur-winged geese are the very big ones. Egyptian geese to the right of them. A white-faced whistling duck on that grassy mat. And yet again, that big group of plains zebra in the background. Our crocodile also still lurking in that big pool. See if you can spot him. So we're not seeing a massive density of animals coming down to drink on this particular day. I think probably due to slightly lower temperatures across much of southern Africa with this cold front coming through. We aren't seeing those soaring afternoon temperatures that we have been kind of over the last week. But most species still need to have a drink, even though it is a little cooler. So I'm sure we'll have a fairly steady flow of wildlife traffic through the afternoon. Got about an hour left of the show. I'm very, very happy just watching this crocodile. That's pretty awesome. I've got a massive passion for reptiles. The entire reptile community has fascinated me since I was a very, very small child. And they are really, really amazing, amazing creatures. These crocodiles are probably the closest thing that we can get to a living dinosaur on planet Earth. Fossil records tell us they haven't changed much. Perhaps they've just got a little bit smaller over the last 500 million years. So they were quite literally around during the time of the dinosaurs. They fed on dinosaurs. And they made it through the apocalypse that sort of took all the dinosaurs away. Talk about a winning design. I think one of the largest secrets to the success of the crocodile is its ability to go long periods of time without food, without water. I've read reports of potentially 2 years without a meal, without a drink, and a crocodile can survive it. Nancy, good afternoon, and thank you for that comment. Very, very nice to hear from you. You've asked about whether or not there's a place you can actually have a look on a webcam where shoebill stalks are found. I was chatting about a spoonbill a couple of minutes ago, and I think I said shoebill accidentally. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, a shoebill is a pretty bizarre looking bird. It's fairly aptly named. It's a big, big, big stalk. Grey in color, it stands over 1 meter tall, and it has this tremendous bill, especially adapted for catching quite large fish, but it does look like a big shoe. It is the most peculiar thing, and our shoebills are found in parts of Uganda, Rwanda, the Benguelu swamp in places like Zambia. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, Nancy, there is no webcam in any of those areas, not that I'm aware of anyway, which is a real pity. I have never seen a shoebill. I did make an attempt to go shoebill tracking on a trip to Akagera National Park in Rwanda a couple of years back. But while we did see a wonderful range of other East African bird life, no success with the old shoebill. And they are pretty endangered. And in the papyrus swamps where they do actually live, they can be very tough to spot. I've got lots of birding friends, though, that have had success. So I guess it's just motivation to head back up there again and give it another bash. Yeah, if any of you out there don't know what a shoebill actually is, give it a Google. The shoebill stork. It's a bizarre looking bird. Gwen in our final control tells me she just Googled the spoonbill, and she's not a fan. She doesn't reckon they're so pretty. They're certainly strange. They do have these big, almost like dinosaur type eyes. They're sort of fairly reptilian looking. I think they're gorgeous though. Magnificent things. Just having a little pan around here. Again, there's quite a delay on this camera, so it takes a bit of patience to get a good look all the way around. But we'll see what else is coming down. Got a couple of helmeted guinea fowl, a couple of big ellies right in the background there, in the foothills of that rocky range. These helmeted guinea fowl are quite a common species and a common sight across much of southern Africa. They are sort of our answer to Europe and North America's pheasants. A ground bird and very much a game bird species. They're also farmed commercially on quite a large scale in France these days. To satisfy a demand for their meat, which is gamey, but particularly tasty. I do love a piece of guinea fowl. These guys managing to scratch out a bit of an existence in that dry soil there, picking up things like seeds, little insects, termites. Essentially sort of a bush chicken, if you will. Zoe, absolutely they do, and well observed there. Wild guinea fowl of both sexes have that sort of blue naked skin on the neck. They've also got wattles, a bit like a turkey, one on either side of the lower jaw. Those have sort of a little red tip, and then on the top of the head, which is usually quite a bit bigger in males, is yellow in both sexes, yellowish. Oh, I think they're pretty attractive birds. They're certainly odd, but they're interesting. And then we're not getting such a good look at it at this distance, but their feathers are black with very prominent white spots. We get two species of guinea fowl in South Africa. We get the helmeted, which we're looking at here, helmeted guineas. And then in certain parts of the northernmost Kruger National Park, you get crested guinea fowl, which if you've never seen them are also worth a Google or a look in your bird book. They've got this like Tina Turner style hairdo. It's a funny looking thing. I've only seen them very few times. A little bit while I was working as a bush pilot in Mozambique, bordering onto the Kruger, and once or twice on visits to the very remote northern Kruger, places like Punda Maria. You do actually see them. These guineas also breed, much like pheasants, through the height of the wet season. So they're laying eggs around December once the rains have started to fall. And they nest on the ground in a very simple scrape, usually highly camouflaged though, in a dense thicket or a sort of a scrubby patch of bush, some very long grass, something like that. Now the females will lay massive clutches of eggs, possibly in excess of 20. And then the eggs incubate for 28 days, and the little chicks hatch out. The babies are completely precocial. So what that means is, much like a baby chicken, within minutes of sort of stretching their legs out, they're able to run around, follow the parents, and feed themselves. They pick at little insects, little tidbits on the ground. And they're very vulnerable. They won't be able to run as fast as the adults or to fly for a number of weeks. But thankfully, they're extremely cryptically camouflaged. So if you do approach a family of guineas, the chicks all scatter and they go quite flat. Even on very barren open ground, they go almost completely invisible. You could quite easily walk straight past them and just never see them. Something that is not very cryptically camouflaged is the zebra. They're about as striking as it gets. Catherine, unfortunately, I didn't hear it. In order for me to get questions and comms and things through, I don't get any audio from the actual feed. I'm just looking at the picture. But the car key sound, I wonder if it couldn't have actually been those guinea fowl. They make sort of a honking type call, a high note and a low note. And it may have even been a plain zebra. Could very well have been. Okay, I think with a bit of activity going on back there at Tau, a bit of human activity, it's possibly a slightly better idea for us to check things out at Okakoyo once again in Namibia. So Okakoyo is located very close to Etosha National Park. in literally one of the driest parts of Africa. But pretty mind-boggling. There is still plenty of life out there. No sign of our desert-adapted ellies this afternoon. We have been seeing them quite a bit in recent days. Fairly regularly, actually. I think we've had them on almost every by the Waterhole safari. But, yeah, no sign today. They could materialize at any second, though, as is fairly typical of ellies. Goodness me, I've got an entire troop of vervet monkeys running around on my roof, driving my dogs absolutely wild. It sounds like thunder and lightning on the roof tiles. Talk about being surrounded by wildlife on all sides. So Gwyn doing a bit of a control on the camera this afternoon and directing from Rivonia in Johannesburg. That tells me that some of the noise coming from Tower there sounded like traditional African dances. So I don't know, perhaps Tower's got like a wedding or something on. That's quite a popular thing with the guests, to have a team of traditional dancers from one of the communities come in and do a bit of cultural stuff. It's not all about the wildlife. But I think in terms of some of those funny noises we were talking about, that possibly explains it. Much quieter in terms of human activity up here in Okakoyo. And there is tourism in the area. I believe a game drive route actually comes right past this waterhole. Yeah, what a sublime part of the world to go and visit.
Are you scared of the dark? Bats? Spiders? Hold on to your broomsticks, because this spooky season, we are keeping it real with our Halloween fireside chat. Join us as we get dressed up and debunk myths behind some of our seemingly scary safari friends. Catch the thrills and chills this Halloween. Bugs and Hisses. WildEarth.
There's a lot of elephant coming.
Yeah.
A lot of them. It's going to come around the corner now.
Oh, thank you. You want in shape?
No, I'm waiting for my wife. She's coming. There they come. There they come around the corner there. There, that side there.
This side. Nee, goed. Daar komen twee elefanten. Draaien. I thought so, yeah. You said around the corner.
And check it out, quite a large herd of zebra by the looks of it, moving in from the back there. Perhaps one or two oryx mixed in. A few more springbok. Yeah, there is quite a bit of life out there. And quite a few of the birds moving around will be things like Namakwa sandgrouse. A species of bird very, very well adapted to this landscape as well. It's amazing, they breed out in the desert on the ground. They lay sort of 2 or 3 eggs. But the chicks need access to water every single day. So outrageously, the parents will fly a return trip of sometimes 60 kilometers twice a day to a waterhole like this. They have a couple of gulps of water themselves, and they soak this very, very fluffy layer of breast feathers in the water. It soaks up sort of a couple of grams of water, a pretty significant amount, and then the bird flies all the way back to its family just so that the chicks can drink a couple of precious drops of H2O out of those feathers on the breast. Talk about dedication. Haha, right on cue. And that looks like our big herd of desert adapted ellies. Speak of the devil, right? We're just saying, we've seen them at roughly this time every afternoon on pretty much all of the Live at the Waterhole shows recently. Now, once again, a very special group of ellies, these. They are specifically desert-adapted ellies, of which there are only a couple of hundred across the entire country of Namibia, making them very, very rare animals indeed. Oh, that is awesome. And outrageous that they just materialize, seemingly out of nothing. It was so quiet around here 5 or 6 minutes ago. Yeah, I'd be curious to know how far this herd is actually traveling between water and wherever they're heading off to feed every single day. But they do seem to come right back here to Okakoyo time and again. It's obviously the only water for quite a distance around. I believe the audio of them splashing is coming through quite nicely. That is amazing. Coming in droves. So this herd is predominantly made up of cows, a couple of sub-adult bulls, and the small calves, but there are no permanent male family members here. Any big males that we do see sort of mixed in with this group are only there very temporarily. They're there to try and mate, and then they'll quite quickly head off on their own missions. What a scene. You can almost feel the relief in these ellies as they put that first coating of nice rich clay onto their backs. Take a few precious gulps of water. They almost haven't had a drink since yesterday, so they're very, very thirsty. Oh, getting completely submerged there. As we know, elephants love the water. Any opportunity to have a bath, and if the water is deep enough, even a swim. And they just keep coming and coming. Yeah, I think in recent days we've counted somewhere between 35 and about 40 ellies in this group, give or take a few bulls that keep coming in and out. That's a really exceptional sized herd, in particular for this area. But it pays for families to be a little bit smaller because resources are a little bit thin on the ground. We keep the food around. And certainly with the exception of this man-made waterhole, there certainly isn't a lot of water. So yeah, a testament to the capabilities of this particular group. It's managed to get so big, so they're obviously pretty adept at getting everything they need. Gwen, sorry, those comms broke up a little bit there. Would you mind repeating for me? Thanks very much there, Gwen, and thank you, Leah. There's certainly there's sort of a nice rhythm to the sounds of ellies, all the rumbles, certainly the splashing and whatnot around the water. I've always said there's a very therapeutic quality to spending time with ellies. And when I haven't been out on safari for a while and I do head back to the book, that sort of first couple of moments spending time with a big herd of ellies just going about their business, that gives me tremendous peace. It's like sitting very close to the sea, listening to the sounds of the ocean, or perhaps staring fairly blankly into a crackling campfire. Yeah, totally captivating stuff. it has been said that elephants command the same silence usually reserved for mountain peaks, great fires, and the sea. And I think that's quite apt. So I'm being asked to remind you of the spooky safari that will be taking place on Halloween. That is the 31st of October in a couple of days. So yeah, the Wild Earth naturalists will be attempting to spot all of the ugly five out on the afternoon drives. And then we'll also be hosting a spooky safari fireside chat hosted by Taylor McCurdy and Gabe on the 31st of October, and that'll be straight after the sunset safari. So yeah, be sure to tune in and check that out. It promises to be some pretty exciting content.
What if you could explore the world from an entirely new perspective? Flying a real drone live without leaving home. This is Nature Eye. Discover our planet's landscapes with a personal guide and a powerful camera. Every flight helps conserve the locations you visit. Book your adventure with Nature Eye.
I thought this female was a tuskless cow. I think she's just missing a tusk on her left-hand side. I believe there is one on the right. I could be wrong. See if she turns her head. A certain amount of African elephants simply never grow tusks. The tuskless gene is recessive, so it's not all that common. But if a tuskless cow and a tuskless bull were to mate, the resulting calf will be tuskless as well. Yeah, the tusks are very useful. They use them to dig and to strip bark and such. But no, it's not necessarily too much of a handicap to not have them. This cow does have another tusk. And in many ways, maybe that'll keep them safe from ivory poaching if they don't have tusks on offer. Quite a few pied crows coming in. Again, pied crows feed on carrion, they feed on dead meat. So they're quite attracted by large herds of animals. But they're coming in to kind of check, is anybody sick? Is anybody looking like they're dying? And they will also feed on things like afterbirth, once an animal has given birth to its calf. So it pays to check on these herding animals, things like elephants, big herds of oryx, the zebra, the springbok. Nature's crew, if you will. So I believe you're getting some audio there of people chatting in the background. Once again, I think that game drive route does pass by here. So it's possible there's some sort of safari viewers out there. So some safari tourists, some guests. Oh, what a scene. The Ellies do look like they're finishing up on all sides. Doesn't look like they're hanging around. Mingo Moon Girl, sincerely hoping I've heard your name correctly, but I'm thinking with the quality of the comms today, possibly not. There, Mingle Mungle, my apologies. Probably not all that long, to be honest with you. Again, thankfully, with the evolution of that phenomenal trunk, an elephant very much has a built-in snorkel. So they don't really have to hold their breath for too long. I've certainly seen them go under the water for sort of 30 seconds or a minute at a time. But yeah, even in very deep water and potentially quite choppy water, Ellies can breathe quite happily by raising that trunk up above their head. As a kid, I witnessed elephants crossing vast stretches of water in Lake Kariba in northern Zimbabwe. Now, Lake Kariba in some places is up to 100 meters deep, possibly a bit more. And there are stretches of open water 50, 60, 70 kilometers long. So, yeah, pretty tremendous feat. And elephants are quite capable of it. And not ideal for a herd. Going into very deep water like that, the calves are obviously a bit vulnerable to attacks from crocs. But the cows are pretty good. They do seem to put all the babies in the middle and then sort of have the bigger, less vulnerable elephants kind of out along the periphery. Their stomach, once again, is full of gas, so it is a buoyancy aid, keeps them floating at the surface. And their legs and feet, even though they don't have webbed toes or anything like that, are surprisingly effective as paddles. So they move through the water at quite a pace. Showers of dust, that is so cool. Now the dust will also discourage flies. The comms are extremely bad. I'm sorry, Gwen, I probably only got 5 or 10% of that, but I believe the audio of sort of elephants scraping their feet in the sand is coming through. I believe you're also getting audio of a couple of rumbles from the ellies there. That's very, very nice. Again, much of their communication is at a frequency much too low to be picked up by human ears. Ultrasound. It's very, very effective for long-range talking. And with the science capabilities that we have at the moment, that's telling us that elephant herds are probably in touch with one another over distances of at least 30 or 40 kilometers. Imagine being able to do that. Incredible. Passing all sorts of messages about the availability of water, possibly an area to avoid that's got a very aggressive musk bull in it, and stuff like that, predators. There is a feeling that at a time when there were more elephants in Africa, 100 odd years ago there were reckoned to be about 10 million, that it was a vast social network, passing information from herd to herd, literally over thousands of k's. And that boggles my mind, but it's certainly well within the realm of belief.
Eco Training's professional field guide course can make your dreams a reality. This comprehensive program comprises 5 months of theoretical and practical training in the African bush with highly qualified instructors in multiple locations. Enroll today and receive 5,000 Rand off using the promo code. If you've just finished school or tertiary education and you want to head into the wild, Eco Training's professional field guide course is for you.
Cool. Well, as our group of elephants continues to enjoy time around the waterhole here, let's head over to Tau to see what's happening in Madikwe. Beautiful. Well, one warthog with 3 spur-winged geese. Those are the very large birds to the left and to the right of him. 2 black-winged stilts in the middle, water birds, and that looks like an Egyptian goose flying past in the background. Also a blacksmith lapwing on the far right, and on the very, very opposite bank, I think we've got a spoonbill. So a wide variety of birds here around Tau Lodge Waterhole in Madikwe. Oh, another spurwing coming in. Check out the size of that bird compared to the warthog. The warthog is a big pig. Again, these spurwings get to between 2.5 and about 7 kilos. That's what the literature says anyway. That's a very big bird. About the size of a domestic turkey. Huge, great things. Everybody just taking it easy here. You can see that warthog a little flighty. Jive Bunny, I certainly do. Yeah, I was very fortunate last year to spend about 6 months in the role of an anti-poaching pilot for a conservation organization in Mozambique. So flying in Limpopo National Park, a very remote area. I was the only airplane in an area, or the only pilot in the only airplane in an area of about 1.1 million hectares, roughly half the size of the Greater Kruger. So just massive. It was like having an entire country as a playground. And doing what I love, spending time in the bush, out in nature, protecting wildlife, it was just exquisite. But yeah, then unfortunately in December of last year, a little bit before Christmas, I had to fly a helicopter pilot out to a very remote airstrip to collect his helicopter. It had a bit of a technical issue out there. Anyway, as we arrived in this area, in my little plane, I noticed that there was quite a bit of elephant activity around. So we kind of came in low. I buzzed this airstrip to try and clear the elephants out of the way. And just as we got to the top of the airstrip, very much airborne, still very much flying, we had a sudden drop in RPM. The engine lost power and we had an engine failure at treetop level. So I only had about 3 seconds to make a plan, but managed in that 3 seconds to shout at the chap sat next to me to brace. Managed to hoist the nose up, slow the airplane down, and basically planted it into the trees. A pretty frightening experience. It totally destroyed my airplane, but at least the two of us walked away. Very, very luckily. Anyway, managed to hop out of this airplane, neither of us injured. Sort of standing there trying to figure out what we should do next, and an elephant bull came charging out of the bush next to us. I think obviously frightened by the commotion. So how's that for an adventure? I then pulled out the satellite phone to call for help, punched in our chief pilot's number, obviously needing to now organize yet another helicopter to come and rescue us. And the subscription for the satellite phone hadn't been paid. So it turned into quite an ordeal. We were sat out there for 5 or 6 hours. Thankfully, I think people started to figure out when we hadn't returned to our base that something had gone wrong, and we were eventually rescued. Yeah, quite an experience. It certainly didn't put me off for flying, though. And my dream of becoming a full-time conservation pilot is ongoing. I've made my living out of sort of tourism and the wildlife industry over the last 12 years. So I feel a pretty great responsibility to give back in a way. Conservation work for me is some of the most fulfilling stuff I can think of. I absolutely love it. So enhancing my flight training in recent months, the hope is more and more involved in the coming years. But whatever happens, it's been a massive adventure. I've loved it. A wonderful view in that fairly soft light of the reflections of those birds. I think we've got a bit of cloud sort of drifting over there with this front coming through. It's sort of diffusing that light, making it quite soft looking. A very photographic scene. And the birds just seem to be taking it easy. Not a whole lot of feeding, not a whole lot of moving around. It's just calm looking. Goodness me, birds all over the show. There's a spoonbill there as well, and a grey heron. and one zebra stallion with a very short tail. He almost certainly lost that tail in a fight for dominance with another stallion. And the fact that we are seeing him all alone tells me that he probably lost the rights to his herd, which is a bit sad. Yeah, they might be beautiful, but life as a zebra is pretty brutal. They very much live tooth and claw. It's a very violent existence. And the males even have a set of sharp fighting teeth or wolf's teeth, which they'll use to inflict some pretty terrible injuries on one another. You occasionally see them missing ears, missing tails, with big chunks missing out of their rumps. And I've heard guides and naturalists on safari very quickly sort of tell guests that zebra has almost certainly survived an encounter with a lion. But I think under the vast majority of circumstances, it has survived an encounter with another zebra stallion.
Welcome to Destination Safari's WildEarth travel show that showcases safari lodges. On today's episode, we are exploring Amakala's Bush Lodge. This is a luxury 5-star bush tented camp. Luxury suites look onto an open wildlife watering hole.
Super. Well, I think we've got about 5 minutes left of the show. Left to live at the Waterhole anyway. Of course, the Sunset Safari with WildEarth is going to be cracking on. But for our last 5 minutes, perhaps it's a good plan for us to check back in at Okakoyo in Etosha. Let's see if our elephant herd is still hanging around there. Back to Okakoyo. Our Ellies are still around the waterhole with a couple of individuals right in the center, still doing some dunking, and a massive herd of zebra. kind of staying out of the Ellie's way, but also taking the opportunity to have a bit of a drink there. This is such a cool scene. Gwen, Jive Buddy's comment or question broke up quite badly there. I wonder if you aren't maybe able to pop that up on the screen or text it to me. Jive Bunny, thanks so much for that comment. You have said, my travel friend and I were guided by you 12 years ago. She's so happy that your career with flying has taken off so wonderfully. Jive Bunny, thank you so much for that. Yeah, it has certainly been a challenging and costly process, but I've chipped away at it slowly. I had the benefit of being able to put quite a bit of time into it during COVID, when there was absolutely nothing going on in our tourism sector, with sort of the global travel ban in force. So yeah, that gave me a great head start. I got the private side of things sort of sorted, and now moving into commercial at the moment. But the really big hurdle is the theory. Getting all of the exams out of the way is taking up a lot of my time. And I'm very happy to be able to kind of get a bit of a bush fix with all of you here at live at the Waterhole in between my studies. Yeah, without a doubt though, it's been an adventure, and very happy to be able to share it with some of you. So I think in the next sort of 60 or 90 odd seconds, we're going to be wrapping up the program for the afternoon. I'd like to say a big thank you from the entire WildEarth and Africam team, from myself, Liam Burrow, the naturalist, as well as Stefan Winterboer, and everybody behind the scenes, all of our directors, Nadine earlier, and Gwyn, who's on at the moment. Yeah, it's been a pleasure to share a bit of bush time with you today. I hope wherever you are in the world, you've got some nature close by. But from all of us here at WildEarth, a massive thank you, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And stay safe out there, and be sure to tune in and join us again tomorrow morning. And cheers for now.
This program